Afternoon, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Hearing number 27 of our 189th period of sessions. And the title of the hearing is Right to Physical, Mental, and Moral Integrity of Political Prisoners in Venezuela. We have an hour and a half for this hearing, and the hearing was requested by a number of non-governmental organizations. And so we thank you for requesting this hearing, and we're very eager to get an update on information regarding the conditions of detention of a number of persons deprived of liberty for political reasons in Venezuela. Before I start, a little bit of advertising. This is the 65th year of the Commission's existence, and we want to invite you to celebrate and commemorate this milestone with us. It's a milestone that we are proud of because through our existence, we have undertaken more than 100 on-site visits, issued more than 1,000 precautionary measures, written more than 750 merit reports, facilitated 220 friendly settlements, and referred 377 cases to the Inter-American Court on Human Rights. All of this we do with the victims at the center of our work, and also working closely with states to ensure state accountability for compliance with national, regional, and international human rights standards. So I'm sure that you are celebrating with us, and we continue to work on improving our efficiency and our effectiveness, but please be assured of our complete commitment to the mandate of this institution. On accessibility, I want to ensure that this hearing is as inclusive as we can make it, having regard to our context. We ask everyone before they speak, say what your name is, what position you hold, and what organization you represent. And every time you speak, please repeat your name, and that's for those who may be visually impaired, who are online, so they can know who's presenting. We also remind those who are online and through the Zoom platform that you can turn on your subtitles, and you can also adjust the size of the subtitles. For those who want to follow us, we are live streaming on Facebook as well as on our YouTube channels. So with that, I would like to invite the representatives of civil society here today to start their presentation. You will have 20 minutes in the first round. Then the Commission will speak, ask questions, make comments, and then we go back to the civil society for 12 minutes, and then we close. So, yeah, probably will be not...
It's 30, 30, 30, 30, 30.
30, 30, 30,
Yes.
well, it's 20, 20, 20.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah. So it's even better, 30. So you see your time on the clock, and I invite you to start. And please have regard to the time. It's very uncomfortable when I have to tell people to stop talking. So if you can self-regulate, that's the best thing for you and for me. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a los comisionados.
Good afternoon to the commissioners of this honorable organization and those here at this hearing that were victims of torture, political prisoners that went through something that you don't even see in the movies. So you have to go even further than the committed act by the torturer or the person committing the crime against the victim, because you must observe this from an institutional point of view. What has been created to protect torturers, this is an institutional gearing that is based parallelly in all the concepts of and this structure consists of interpretation made by the Supreme Tribunal, where they have reduced torture to an administrative sanction. So the important sentences, the first one, the penal court rejected a case because they said that torture was not a serious crime. So even for the jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court and the Inter-American system that has said that torture is, of course, a serious breach of the human rights. And the Constitutional Court heard a case presented by an attorney where they said that the victim should receive some type of repairs for this, but they said that the person, the torturer, committed those actions within an administrative space. So who had to hear this was another type of court, an administrative court. So in that sense, saying that torture was not a crime. But this legal situation that helps or supports torturers and reduces the victim to something that is not even important also says that political prisoners are arrested. When they are in Venezuela, and this is what we put in our report to the Coalition on Human Rights, of every 10, 9 of them, when they are transferred to the hospitals or doctors do not say, even if there are visual things that this person was tortured, when there's visual evidence, they say that there was no evidence of torture. So once that medical report is received and that they are then taken to court, and then they are provided an attorney, a public defender, and that public defender, when these political prisoners say we were tortured, the attorney, does not denounce this or say this in the courtroom. So when they are allowed, the political prisoners go to the hearing or the court case, the judges many times have executed administrative sanctions if the attorney does claim there was torture in the courtroom. So there's this whole setup institutionally that was created so torturers can act with impunity in Venezuela. So they show, and in these torturers then have their tortures used such as trophies. They boast about them. This situation has generated, and we have been able to identify other acts of torture that have been done from 2022. The lack of medical service or adequate medical attention, 8 of every 10 do not get it of these political prisoners. And as the Inter-American Court has said in Article 5.1 and 5.2 of this is a form of torture. But there's another mechanism that has been instituted, and that is from the time that these people become political prisoners, they also arrest some of their family members using some Nazi techniques, usually the wives, so we call this the emotional perception, because when there is a relationship, an emotional or romantic relationship with your girlfriend or wife, then that person is also detained to threaten the person and create psychological damage to obtain either a confession or say they have done something of what they're being accused. So it is important to say also that in Venezuela there are investigations against attorneys that have denounced what's been happening. Apart from this, the local prosecutors and the groups anti-torture are not for this work. They have rejected, on 3 opportunities, they have decided not to accept these claims of torture. So it makes the victim weak against the state, and the Venezuelan system is not just set up to persecute and imprison these political people, but to torture political prisoners. Thank you very much. And I will let the victims that are here today continue then. Good afternoon. My name is Vilka Fernandez. I defend human rights and I represent the organization Resistencia Sin Fronteras. I was a victim of persecution for many years, and I have wounds of bullets and other weapons because of the attempts that the system of the Venezuelan regime attempted against me. And January 31st of 2016, I was kidnapped on the street without an order of arrest order, without anything from any court. About 50 men came up without identifying themselves. They put me on a motorcycle and they took me to a safe house that was not identified by any means, and it was Sesiones. So they kept me there for approximately 10 hours, and then I was transferred to a military base in the state of Mérida, and they put the octopus on me. The octopus is a type of handcuffs where they handcuff you, your neck, your hands, and then they put like a coat on you, and then they put me on a private plane of Sesiones for about three and a half hours. I don't remember exactly. And during the flight, I was beaten and threatened. They would put the tip of the gun or the rifle against my chest so that I would tell them where the other student activists, Victor Moreno and another one, where they were. They were being looked for by the regime. So since they couldn't catch them, while they beat me and they threatened me with these weapons, they were asking me where these people were, where these leaders were. So I was at Sesiones for more than 72 hours without the right to get in touch with my family. So I was disappeared forcibly. I was taken forcibly without going in front of a court, without food or water. And once I went to court, there itself, there were 2 hearings in one. So the prosecutor's office said that I had to go every 15 days, and once the judge asked for 15 minutes to make a decision, those 15 minutes become about 6 hours, and when the prosecutor comes back, says, oh no, we're going to change the accusation, and the defense says, no, that would be a new case that cannot be done according to law, but the judge accepts this from the prosecutors to change the accusations. And because of a tweet that was sent, I was then taken my freedom away. And when I get there, when I get to prison, somebody says, welcome to hell. And once I was there, I was hung from one arm by handcuffs in a dark hallway, and I was hanging there for more than 30 days without the right of anyone visiting me, sometimes without food for many days. When I ate, it was just rice of grain, grains of rice that I could only get with one hand. I couldn't go to the bathroom. There was no hygiene. And then they put me in a cell about 6 by 8 with about 50 people in there, where there were no bathrooms, no water. There were sheets of paper placed like this. You had to fold it, and then the edges, the corners, and we would make a sort of tray. We used to, and that's where we did all we needed to do in front of everybody else. So this type of physical, moral persecution, I was beaten, and I was in the bañito for many days, where the only air that would come in would go under a metal door with not much air going through. And then they put that octopus on me again, and about 20 of them were beating me, and they were transferring me, pulling me from my arms and legs, and dragging me through all the corridors so that the other prisoners could see what they were doing to me. And then there was the bag of air. They put it on your neck, and they put some pepper spray or tear gas in it while you are in the bag. And they did this several times. So not only was this the physical torture against you, but there was physical torture of others. So then there is psychological torture when you're there because you see or you hear the other people being tortured. People were being hung from these places, and there was nothing we could do for them. All we could do was just scream and say, please set them free. I do remember that in the mornings, Comisario Villegas would arrive, and Comisario Villegas would go into a cell, would just pick any of the prisoners, and would take them. And sometimes we never saw that person again. Sometimes weeks passed, and when the person did come back, he was in really bad shape. They would take us out of the cells, hang us there in the hallway without any clothes on, and with a stick or a piece of wood that they would wrap in newspaper. Then we would get beaten once and once and again until people or until one could not stand anymore. This was also done repeatedly. In one of the many cells that I was in Preventiva 3 and under the offices or brigades of Seville. And we would spend the night awake there because we could hear the screams of other comrades that were being tortured. And we could hear when they were being electrocuted and or have electricity placed on them. I was unfortunate to be in a cell where there were political prisoners, common prisoners, and torture was sometimes even more. And I was diagonally facing a blind point space, as what they called it, and Comisario Villegas and Comisario Pachuco, Carlos Calderon, and Comisario Rogni had a chair in that blind spot, and they would take us, and then they would punish us or torture us. I was able to observe how at midnight they would take the women political prisoners. They would take them, some they would take the women to other prisoners, the common prisoners, not the political prisoners. And so what you live in there, it's what they told me when I came in. They said, "Welcome to hell." So not only was I tortured physically, but I was psychologically a witness to all these other tortures that were being mistreated, these political prisoners there. I saw people from civil society, people that were not activists, that have been kidnapped, and how they were taken their money to, they would show them their freedom orders and say, okay, transfer the money and we'll set you free. So I was in a bathroom where there was only a toilet, and there were 14 people in there, days without taking a bath, without sitting, and to be able to get out of there, you were charged money. And the civil officers would do this. And you would see that attorneys would come in, and judges and political leaders of the regime. So I will let my companion Carlos speak now. Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Ramirez, and my nickname is Pancho. I'm an ex-political prisoner, student activist. Unfortunately, I was able to see another part of the torture system. I was in the counterintelligence, detained, military counterintelligence, and I was in the center penitentiary in Santana. In each of the prisons or jails, the torture is different, but in the end, it is torture. I was detained May 15th of 2017 when I was going to a peaceful protest that was being done by Plantón Nacional. While we were walking, I was pointed out by Colonel Velázquez of ESUR of the state of Mérida of the National Guard, and immediately 14 motorcycles and 28 people detained me, beat me up, put me on a motorcycle, and they took me to about 14 places that same day. And each city, every place I got, they would take my clothes away, beat me up again, put my clothes back on, take me to another place. And I was in Mérida, where I was threatened so that I would give them the key to my code to my telephone. And in the office of Sergeant Major Jorge Chacon, who in previous months in a protest shot me towards the face, and then I was taken in Mérida to another point, and the soldiers that were holding me said, "You have to tighten his handcuffs," because I was a dangerous person. And that colonel lives now in Miami, in the United States, as a refugee after he was detained for corruption because he said PDVSA strategic material towards Colombia, and he is now here in the United States. Then I was transferred. I was handcuffed, and they put a bag on my head. They took my clothes, and my clothes, when they gave them back to me, smelled like gunpowder and gasoline. And then I was taken to Vigía, I don't know where, because I couldn't see because I had something over my head. I only ate once. On the third day, I was transferred to the Air Force Base of the Vigía, where Fanny Margarita Guerrero, the judge, informally began, without a military uniform, started a sort of trial, and somebody identified himself as my public defender. And I said, no, I need my own attorney. And they make me sign something that says this, and then I knew it was the Hussein because they had a badge, but they were all armed and you couldn't see their faces. They again put the bag over my head again and put me on an airplane. When I get out of the airplane, they present other public defenders. Now I was 600 mile or kilometers away from my town, from where I am. When I said I wanted my own attorney, the judge asked one of the Dejesin if I could call my attorney. She asked for permission. Obviously, my defense could not, because they gave me 30 minutes for my defense to arrive, and my attorney could not get there. So then the trial, so-called trial, begins again. And they said that I had gone against the sentries, and the judge then ordains that I had to be detained, and it'll be on July 26 to Guárico, but they instead take me counterintelligence in the capital. So the process was never due process. I spent 17 days completely disappeared, incommunicated, not committed, and for 17 days handcuffed with my head covered, thrown on the floor of a room where what I could hear, and there was an academician, Professor Guevara, who later was informing that other people that I was there, because anyone that gets to a Venezuelan jail is tortured. They steal your belongings, they threaten your family, they extort, they beat us up. I was beaten, I was handcuffed. Sometimes they would say it was their sport, their game. They would make me do exercise when I was handcuffed so I would be stronger, they said. During one of the hardest tortures that I remember, they handcuffed me to a chair and my legs, and with my head covered, and they tortured somebody next to me. I heard the screams, the torture, the electricity going. And then it was my turn. So then they said, okay, what they call playing the piano. There is a routine for torture. They all ask us about other leaders or activists and the financing that we received to do these protests. So at the end of these 17 days, and I should also say that I did not take a bath in 17 days, and I would just do my necessities and urinate into a can. And the cells that were around where I was, every 2 or 3 days, they were checking them out. They even took away my religious symbols. I had like a cross hanging because they said that was the devil's worship, because God did not believe in false images. All of that destroys the human dignity. Finally, because of all these accusations, they ordered my transfer. They asked everything to be transferred. And when I get to the jail in Lara, then they took everything away from me. So I stayed a month with the same clothes. And in that jail, they violate human rights every single day. And there were like 5,000 common detainees and some political presence. And then they would give you about 18 liters of water every 3 days for everybody, to wash your clothes, to wash yourself, to wash the cell, to wash the plates that we ate from, and 1 liter of drinking water, because that other water is salt water and we cannot drink it. So during that process, there was a mutiny of the common prisoners, and many people died. I was able to see this because they shot some of these people.
However, in the press, they only reported 2 deaths, 2 casualties. And the reason was that the food that got there was rotten. We were not able to eat. The spaces are not suitable for visits of any kind. We only had visits once a month, and just the mother of the person who was kept in there, and one call, a 1 5-minute call. If the call didn't get through, well, you had to wait for another week in order to be able to make the call. Starting from there, obviously the tension continued to grow. There were other political prisoners. They were kidnapped to use them as bargaining chips with the security forces, and then I was transferred to the center of to the military garrison in the state of Táchira. There, the way they treated our family members, our relatives, I mean, they have to suffer the alleged crimes that they say that we committed. Corruption is so rampant that the sergeant responsible for the jail, he collected in cash money so that the prisoners could have a cell phone. They were the best friends with the paramilitary bosses who were running the area, but there were also, of course, other people who were detained. During this whole process, at the end of this whole process, they started the trial and they dismissed the charges. I was finally freed with the lesser crime for which I had to. I was supposed to serve 2 months, and I was finally in prison for 6 months. So, in this case, I mean, this is designed in order to make people and their whole families suffer, and they send a moral message with this kind of torture and actions to continue to spread terror across all Venezuelan society.
Are you finished?
Yeah, finish.
Any other? You have 2 more minutes.
Claro, sí. Yo quisiera.
I would like these two testimonies that we have just heard. Maybe we could build a whole library about how these facts have a serious impact upon the society. I would like this Honorable Commission to realize not only of the damage that torture inflicts upon people, but also the impact, the social impact that it has, how it undermines and how it finishes the healthy coexistence within the society. While we are holding this hearing in Venezuela, up to now, as we speak, they continue to torture people, human beings. Professor Victor Venegas, for instance, who was a union leader while he was attending a meeting in Barinas, the intelligence services, they took him by force. He is a political prisoner as we speak. Carla da Silva, who was a victim of sexual violence. Antonio Sequea. Antonio is a case that has a serious impact on public opinion because he is a military officer that not only was victim of a torture, but also his family has been persecuted by the simple fact of having a family relationship with him. Captain Dimas Murillo, also a political prisoner right now, also a victim of torture. And we can spend basically the whole afternoon sharing and showing pictures of victims, and every story is going to be more troublesome and more gruesome than the other. I would like to request this Honorable Commission in first place that by virtue of the agreement signed with the International Criminal Court in 2012, where it was agreed that both instances were going to cooperate, could provide them with this hearing so that these testimonies can be taken into consideration, at least as testimony, and also to call upon the state of Venezuela to stop torture and to apply the principles of the Inter-American System of Human Rights. In third place, and this is a very serious topic also, it should be states members of the Inter-American system, they must refrain from sending people back to Venezuela. The example of Lieutenant Pedro Naranjo, he was sent back from the United States and now he is a political prisoner in Venezuela. He was deported from the US. So this means that in Venezuela there is this silent complicity that entails criminal participation in different levels. I believe that these requests are not sufficient to fix all the damage, but they are going to be fundamental so that victims can also feel that there are instances that do take into consideration their cases. And last but not least, in the yearly report, as per Article 17 of the Commission to Sanction Torture from the Inter-American System, I made an analysis, as I did in my article, about these situations that continue to prevail in Venezuela.
Thank you very much for your testimonies. I don't even know where to start, because what you have outlined is so egregious, so comprehensive, so horrific, and that it continues even as we speak in Venezuela. But I would like to turn over to my colleague, Commissioner Denise, who is this country rapporteur for Venezuela, for her reflections and any questions that she may have.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I want to apologize for my untimely and my late entry to this session. And say that actually it's quite difficult to express after having heard these testimonies, what goes around. And I know that, let me say this. Your last request to the Commission is very clear. And as you said, I don't think that that is even enough, but that is where we definitely need to start in terms of engaging the international community from where the Commission is possible. And that is definitely presenting what we have heard today with our partners in the international community. And I think that I could say not only when it comes to the International Criminal Court, but also our partners in the UN and the EU. Because I think that the international community needs to be even more engaged and vigilant. Your call upon the states to refrain from sending people back, I think that is also a very clear call. I want two questions. I have two questions. One is respect to the status of the legal situation of those who have been released from prison. What is the status? Are they still undergoing legal proceedings? And the other has to do with have there been complaint filed to the public prosecutor's office? And if there are complaints filed with respect to torture, how are those complaints treated? Is there any, are they addressed in any way? Those are my two questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Denise. Commissioner Rallon, who's also the rapporteur for the rights of persons deprived of liberty.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Muy buenas tardes. Estuardo.
Thank you, Chair. Eduardo Rallon. I'm the Special Rapporteur for people deprived of liberty and combat against torture. I would like to thank the presence of the organizations from the civil society, and also I would like to thank you for your courageous testimonies that you have given today. The fact that we were able to schedule this hearing is precisely because in the framework of the 189 period of sessions, we needed to have the opportunity for the world to know what's going on in Venezuela. And by means of these testimonies that you have shared with us today, and as you have said also during your intervention, that's a reality, that many people are suffering, many political prisoners, as we speak in Venezuela. The Venezuelan state has remained under Chapter 4B of the yearly report of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights since 2005, precisely today, when we see that this space is empty. The chair for the state that means that the Venezuelan state has turned its back on the international community and also on human rights, and precisely this deterioration in the situation of the country led that towards the end of 2019, it was created the MESEBE with the purpose of strengthening the activities of monitoring, follow-up, and also to be able to have a closer dialogue with victims of the regime and also with the organizations from the civil society. Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, as you have expressed yourselves, through this monitoring has identified very serious patterns in terms of human rights violations, such as extralegal executions, of forced disappearances, tortures against people who were imprisoned. Today we have heard two very valuable testimonies, and all of this is a testimony of the constant attack against any opposition against the regime. There is a systematic pattern of violation of human rights that has been identified by the Inter-American Commission, but also the Commissioner of Human Rights of the United Nations, and also even the International Criminal Court decided to formally open an investigation for the alleged commission of crimes against humanity on November 5, 2021. I would like to say that part of what the Commission has detected is that every time there is a so-called negotiation with the opposition and the United States announces the lifting of the sanctions imposed on Venezuela, the executive branch orders the freedom of certain group of people who are in prison, and said attitude corroborates that the legal branch lacks independence to decide on the release of people, and they're basically used and they have been weaponized. They have weaponized this arbitrary detention of political prisoners. I believe that in this hearing, something that is very important is the way in which you have described in your interventions all this interinstitutional structure in order to protect torture, even to minimize its impact and to try to reduce it, just as an administrative sanction, and even as a means to climb up the ladder within some of the security forces within Venezuela. Certain patterns that we have been able to hear, but the most painful thing is that these patterns only seek to destroy both morally and physically the political prisoners by attacking their dignity, their dignities as human beings. And that spirit, that will to destroy people, that creates, they do it by all the situations that you have explained, but many other that go beyond even beliefs and relations with the family members of the political prisoners. We heard about the destruction of some crosses and religious signs in a clear attack against religious freedom that was also denounced today. The Commission will continue to call upon Venezuela to stop these systematic attacks, the instruments that we have. Certainly, as these kind of hearings are also in the communiques that we may issue, not only towards the different organizations, but also towards other states and other international institutions, so that they can be taken as input where the Commission repudiates these kind of acts. They may take into account, and they may see that there is a clear and systematic violation of human rights in Venezuela. And having said that, the Commission will continue to do its job regarding this. We have taken note of your petitions so that we can continue doing this job. And I would like to ask a question regarding what's the legal situation like of people who were freed. I mean, once they are freed, once they are released, what happens with those alleged legal processes that led to their detentions? Are they open? Are they closed, or do they use them as a means to blackmail people? And also, I mean, what is the legal status that's given after these political prisoners are released? Thank you.
Space Rapporteur Vaca.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Saludos bien a la.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the civil society as well. It's deeply touching and disturbing, the testimonies that we have heard in this regard. It is important to state publicly the expectation from our office that additional retaliation should not exist, after having shared with the Commission your experiences and through them in broader context of several people, many other people in Venezuela. We would like to express the solidarity, because participating in these matters within the Inter-American Commission is a right. Actually, it is a specially protected right, and that's something that worries us, the fact that it's being criminalized and that they're using jails to shut these voices. Part of what you have shared, I think we have to put it in the context of closure of the civic spaces, where these actions are also seen and shared in places where they deepen fear. And I believe it is important to speak about this effect that it leads to, not only the cases of torture and imprisonment, but also the surroundings. I mean, the members of the communities that these people belong to. I mean, they erode leadership. So I feel that this hearing is a token of the resilience and that stubbornness of continuing to denounce these kind of acts. I would like to ask you, from our office, since the law against hatred was passed, it is a law that has been criticized by the international community. I wanted to ask you whether that instrument has been used for the imprisonment of people because of their opinions, and I would like to encourage you to ask you whether you could provide any additional documentation in order to discuss this topic. We are we're all open to receive updated information about these topics. In Venezuela, we would also like to ask, and I believe this is a topic, maybe you have information about this, where these cases of torture and political imprisonment, they have been shared through social media, because that could somehow increase that could lead to other people not doing certain things to avoid being put into this position. Also, where these allegations of torture and people deprived of liberty, those are things covered by the press. What is the approach given by the press, whether the press cover this, where the families can discuss these things with the press? If we see the history of torture in the hemisphere, I would like to know what's the current situation of that public situation in Venezuela. Thank you, Chair.
Chair. So I joined my colleagues again thanking you for your contribution. The state of Venezuela has disengaged, as you know, from the system, and certainly from the Commission, but the people of Venezuela have not. And we keep getting requests for precautionary measures, particularly from persons deprived of liberty, who are also human rights defenders, and we are attentive to those requests and we are responding to them. The Venezuelan people have been suffering under an oppressive regime for quite a while, and Commissioner Ralón reminds us that Venezuela has been...
El comisionado menciona que en el capítulo 4, 10 años, durante 10 años, en el 2000, 10 años. Y esto se debe a que las dimensiones completas de este régimen opresivo se han hecho bastante claras, porque los venezolanos hablan de la falta de Estado de Derecho, la corrupción de los jueces, no son independientes, y el Ejecutivo y el Parlamento es lo mismo. Y el Estado de Derecho, o la falta de ello, han socavado lo que ocurre en Venezuela ya hace tiempo. Y entonces la gente está expuesta a actos inmencionables de tortura, pero han podido contarnos para darnos una idea de lo que está ocurriendo ahí, y con la complicidad en muchas etapas o en muchas partes del gobierno del régimen. Es un régimen de opresión y es a través de todo. Hay también una cultura de crueldad y todo lo que podemos llamar debido proceso de la ley, y una falta de responsabilidad inigualable. Y entonces vamos a continuar llevando el mensaje de la necesidad de cumplir y continuar siendo la plataforma para que la realidad de lo que está ocurriendo y aquellos que lo están sufriendo puedan usar la plataforma. Vamos a continuar haciéndole seguimiento a millones de venezolanos que se han ido de Venezuela buscando mayor paz y oportunidades de empleo, y que lo están haciendo de manera peligrosa. Entonces, el pedido de ustedes cuando nos piden que aboguemos para no devolver a venezolanos a Venezuela, sí les hemos escuchado. Eso también lo pondremos en nuestros informes. Creo haber comprendido, señor Hernández, que aún en el punto cuando los ponen, cuando le han dado una orden de ponerlo en libertad, aún en ese momento hay tortura económica y tortura, porque que tenían que pagar o les exigían dinero para obtener esos documentos. Y también que había gente que estaban observando esto, y que los jueces y los abogados están observando este proceso de extorsión en realidad. Quiero comprender un poco más cuáles son estos jueces o abogados y cómo funciona eso. Si pueden hablar un poco más sobre eso. Y los jóvenes, Ustedes son jóvenes y han pasado por cosas que nadie durante su vida va a experimentar. Y han sobrevivido a esto. No quiero darlo por hecho, pero quiero reconocer su resiliencia, su fortaleza y honrarla. Espero que tenga todo el apoyo que necesita y que usted está usando esta pesadilla de experiencia para abogar por otros. Muchísimas gracias. Good afternoon. I am Tania Reynoso, and I want to thank you for asking for this hearing, and thank you very much for your testimony and your participation. The IACHR has been following Venezuela closely. Last year, we emitted a lot of important press releases, and what you were commenting are our link with the International Criminal Court. A few days ago, we sent a dossier that we called it the Venezuela dossier with public information related to country cases, cautionary measures that we hope are useful. By sending this information, by no way did we compromise any information or personnel or anybody's identity, but we did send this very important dossier. I also want to comment that yesterday I had an experience. Oh, there you are, Victor Navarro. I had a visual experience with Victor Navarro with the helicoide. Those of you that are here should all experience it, because this is an important tool to imagine what the helicoid is. Frankly, this is a human experience, and nobody can be indifferent to this which is happening. And how we can be creative at a judicial level so that the inter-American system can continue to be useful after having denounced what is happening in Venezuela, how we have to continue working from the Commission by documenting, by emitting press releases, and we will continue to do this no matter what happens in the country. I would like to ask you two questions. Within the framework of what you have told us, it doesn't seem as important, but when you go to the medical or health place, the first person that spoke gave us a detail what happened when the people would go to that medical exam first, and there were adulterated medical reports. I wanted to know, when you go see that doctor at the first time, do you go with the police? Are you accompanied by an officer or one of the security forces of the state? And secondly, I'd like to know more about the detention and imprisonment of women, because the testimony here is very, very important, but the Commission also is taking into account that there is a differentiation and a different effect, the mistreatments and different types of mistreatment when we're speaking of women, especially also when we're speaking of LGBTQ communities, they are treated. There is a differentiated treated. We know that in the helicoide, there are women prisoners, and I wasn't sure if they shared the space with you or not, but I would like to take advantage of this opportunity that you're here so that you can make the conditions of the women that are suffering there also known. Thank you. Yes, before beginning my responses, I will play an audio of someone that is detained right now and was with me the time that I was there and has been different, and he's been detained for over 7 years. This young man is not even a political activist. He's innocent of everything.
I was detained on August 2017. They took me to the helicoide where I was tortured in different ways. I was a victim of different ways of torture. I was beaten. They put electricity through my body, through my testicles. I was raped with a wooden object. They kept me in isolation. They denied me my right to defense. They violated every single right that I have. Afterwards, 20 months afterwards, they took me to the Ramo Verde military prison outside Caracas, where they denied all my rights of medical attention because I am deaf of one ear, on both ears actually. I have issues with anxiety, panic attacks because of the tortures that I was a victim. I have injuries on my spine, and because of the pain that I have been exposed to. After 3 years in prison, I was taken to El Rodeo 3, where I am now. Today, January 22, 2023, I am making this video because I fear for my physical integrity, and this information. My family is not sharing this with the press because they are afraid of what could happen, but I think it's time, and my family has decided to do so. If you have received this video, it's because my family has decided to share this.
That is a testimony that we will send in writing with the names of the name of this person because of his safety, because he is detained right now. We didn't want you to say his name. This is reality now, where I was and where Pancho was, and there's somebody else there. Here's another innocent person. The reality is that political prisoners, it is a systematic policy regarding human rights in Venezuela. Ramon Centeno is in bed and sick, and he is a political prisoner without trial for more than 2 years. And we have another person that's been there, Mr. Bustamantes, 12 years in a common jail without the right to a trial or defense, and he's slowly dying because they're not being taken to hospitals. They do not take it. You can see I lost teeth. I don't have my back teeth, and I lost those in the helicoide. You ask about the legal situation. Ours is terrible. The case of Juan Machado, Jackson Vera, and Colonel Hernandez Acosta, and others that are disappeared. For years, they were political prisoners that were taken from the DGC to a new prison of the Rodeo, but nobody's heard of them. Nobody knows if they are still alive or where they are. There are more than 85 people without defense and without trials. There's Franklin Caldera, his case, who's a lieutenant who was kidnapped in Colombia and then taken to Venezuela. Then there's a case of someone that was disappeared in Chile. What was his name? Ronald Ojeda. He was disappeared a few days ago in Chile, and everybody supposes it was the Venezuelan regime. So the situation that I was exiled from my country. They used to torture me with a vibrator around my ankle every hour, and they took that type of cuff, and they took me without seeing my family, and they sent me out of the country. So I was exiled. And you have no protection. For me to come into the United States, I had to do it walking. And there are many cases like this. There is no freedom in Venezuela. Persecution continues, and the majority of political prisoners have to flee the country once they leave the jails or the prisons, because their trials or their process, their case continues to be open. This is the reality that we're living. And what we're asking of the Commission as victims is to raise your voice, and the countries, the states, to do so, so that there is full freedom of these political prisons, so that they're free, and so that torture and persecution ends, because that is inside and outside the country. I was in Peru, and the Venezuelan regime asked that I be extradited from there. But the truth is that in Venezuela, every day there is a victim, every day there is someone persecuted, every day there's someone being detained, every day someone's being tortured. And the families are afraid to protest or denounce this. They're scared because they're persecuted. Their houses are claimed, and they go in through the windows. If they look out the window, they see all the state people outside in their vehicles. Because of a tweet, because I sent a tweet, I was jailed for 13 years. If you look at that, there was nothing wrong in that tweet. And that was 3 years because of a tweet. The judges, the attorneys, the public defenders, they defer these trials, these hearings, many of them, all of them for one person. And we have political prisoners that are 18 or 19 years that they've been imprisoned. Metropolitan Police. The real situation of these political prisoners and the violation of human rights is really unsurvivable. It should not be allowed. And I will say respectfully to the Commission, it is not enough to send a press release or a message or one time that you speak against. The states have to do more. They have to go further. I saw people die in the helicoide. They make us sick, they torture us, and then after that, and when we have these physical problems, we're not taken to a doctor or to medicine. And when we are, the people that take you there are there with you while the doctor is with you. So the doctor is terrified to say something that will put him as a political prisoner. That would make him that. So once they make us sick, they let us die in those jails, in those cells. That's a state policy. It occurred with General Baduel. It's happening with Colonel Game, with Javier Tarazona, and it's happening with General Hernandez Acosta, with a lot of women and men that are ill because of torture and are not being, there is no medical assistance or help for them. So the persecution is inside and outside of jail. For the victim, the political prisoners are, and those people, the family, are as much a victim as the person being tortured, because the family is being exposed of threats of asking for money or anything when they go visit the political prisoner. There are women that are touched and abused just because they go visit their family member, their husband, their son, whomever it may be. That is the reality. No one told me this. I lived it. The freedom documents arrive and we're not set free. At this moment, there are many of the political prisoners that have these documents emitted, but they're not freed. So it is a kidnapping. And yes, the officers of Savin charge for you to be set free. They show you the document and they say, okay, transfer the money. And they use common prisoners to mistreat the political prisoners, to force them to pay for all this money that is being asked of them. So it is an internal corruption within the jails of Jesin and Sevin that are impressive. You can't imagine the number of people that have been there and have been extorted and detained for months just so that they pay great sums of money. And they don't say anything because of fear that is being set into you. So we are forced to to film videos so that we can tell. I was made, the day that I was there, I had to film a video saying that I had been well treated when I was in the helicoide, and that I wanted to thank the head of the helicoide because he treated me so well. The day that I was being detained, they were forcing me, with people surrounding me with weapons, to say this. Otherwise, I would not be set free. Thank you. I'm sorry I went too long. After listening to this, I think that not being sensitive to this reality is a way of dehumanizing us as well. I want to answer to several of the questions that you have asked. Regarding the present status of political prisoners that were set free and the negotiations of the United States and the Venezuelan state, and these 6 union members are in a situation of uncertainty because they benefited from a measure from the political power where it is clear that there is no separation of powers because it is this other political part that tells the judiciary what to do. So we are waiting for a decision right now from the appeals court because we did appeal regarding the decision. And that situation places them in a psychological vulnerable state because they're always afraid that at any time they can be imprisoned. The Venezuelan government has used these measures as a way of saying, hey, I'm watching you, I'm looking at you, I am seeing what you're doing, at any time I could detain you again. So these are measures that substitute freedom, but it's not complete freedom. There are cases that have 6 or 7 years without having a hearing. So putting political prisoners in the psychological situation of uncertainty, and that's important because torture is not just physical violence. It is also the anguish that is created, the uncertainty that is created that has a psychological effect on the lives of these people. But there's something that's even more serious than what happens at a judicial level. What happens to these people once they go back into society? There is no reparation, no rehabilitation. There is no right to the truth. There is no guarantee that it won't happen again. But they're also continue to be accused in public spaces because of the capacity that the state has to control communication. And they call them terrorists. Commissioner Pedro Vaca was asking us what happens with the political officers regarding the discourse. So after these political prisoners are detained, even before they go before a court, the Attorney General, the President of the Legislative, at a national level, exposes these political prisoners and prejudging them. So this is why we have said that this is what Yakov wrote, because you're not looking for the truth, but a condemnation. We've seen on the national networks how they present the testimony of political prisoners. They obtain those testimonies under torture. So that at a national level is shown as proof that the person is agreeing to the accusations. So they instrumentalize this to persecute these people. So the government has used a lot of different, first it was the military criminal justice, then they sent it to the courts of terrorism that were created outside of the Constitution. They were because of the Supreme Court. It wasn't a law that created them as it should be. And for the prevention of torture, this commission, civil society does not make part of it. In the case of Argentina or Mexico, those commissions against torture let civil society be a part of it. These are all state members of that commission. Another thing that is important and that I want to answer of your question is the hate law. Another judicial instrument to manipulate legality, to twist it, to make it look like all of this is legal, but it's not. It's part of that legal structure that is created outside the system, the legal system, and they just justify what the government is doing. So this has been done against not just political prisoners, but all the human rights activists. We, myself and other people, we were submitted to something because supposedly we had gone against the law and the anything for order. And Gloria was asking not the attorney generals or the public defenders act when they're requested. Sometimes they refuse to receive these denouncements. I would like to share, for example, that of every 5 cases that we have presented, only 1 of those cases have we been notified that, okay, here's what you denounced, but they don't call the victims to be interviewed. They don't request or do everything that must be done for the investigation. And the Venezuelan state incurs in this violation of the Convention Against Torture, the universal one, because at least what the committee has said, when someone is accused of having tortured someone, that person should at least be taken from where they work until that trial or investigation is over to see whether they did or did not commit torture. But in Venezuela today, there is not even one case, not one case of the cases from torture where there are any results or where there is evidence that the torturer has been sanctioned according to the law. I think another question was to conclude. Oh yes, the women. The majority of organizations have found out that there are between 15, 13 women. Well, what I want to say is that first, the number is not precise because of fear. This has made this institutional structure so that women that are detained cannot denounce that they are prisoners for political reasons. Why do I want to emphasize this? Because we've seen cases of people that have been accused of being traitors to the country, of spying. These are crimes that means the state has to protect itself, and obviously this is political. But these cases are not registered as such because these people are afraid of what would happen to them. You would be surprised of the number of cases that are not registered in the country that are political cases. The women, in the first place, don't have the space, adequate spaces in the jails, in the prisons, to have their hygiene, to take care of their hygiene. And they do not have medical attention that takes into account their gender. And for a very good reason, because where these prisoners, that political prisoners in Venezuela are, they were not thought of to be detention centers. They were not created as such. The Helicoide was going to be a commercial center. The Hesi was another place where fabric was being made. So that means that that center where people is not adequate to serve as a prison or as a jail. People that have been taken their freedom unjustly. So we could spend days and months explaining and telling you the types of human rights that are being taken away from these people, and we wouldn't end. And torture has become an institutional culture, not just with political prisoners, but with common prisoners. An important thing I want to tell you is that the Venezuelan state has governed under the premise of a state of exception. They decreed this exception. Before that, it was called the Plan Zamora, and before that, there was always under the rhetoric of Carl Schmitt's friend and not friend. That's the basic idea. So in Venezuela, there are no citizens. There are only enemies of the state. So you reduce the individual to a thing and the state. The state is the most important. That's the important thing that has to be protected. And the individual, that's not as important. That's second rate. And this happens in a social area and the civic area because it makes people afraid to participate in decision making. So I have a theory that the government uses some media to massify, to become a mass. They let torture be known as a message, a way of inducing and introducing fear into the minds of people. If you do this, this will happen to you. So I would ask you, because there are many victims here in the United States that have been re-victimized again. He was in jail here also. And that creates, please ask the states to do a different analysis of Venezuelan victims. In the previous session, there was an extraordinary report of refugees where it was asked that states adopt the concept of refugees according to what the Inter-American Convention says, and it's more advanced than the international law right now. So we ask you to inform the states to implement this different focus in the case of Venezuelan refugees to avoid what happened with Pedro Naranjo and other cases. In Panama, there was also a case of a military person who was sent back to Venezuela, Mr. Figueroa, knowing that his physical integrity, moral and psychic, was being put in danger, placed in danger. For Madam Chair and you were saying that you weren't sure if the women were in the same place as the men. Yes, in the helicoide, which is like a half moon shape corridor, and the cells of the women are next to the men's bathroom. And then the following cells are men. There's only one cell for women, and there were many more women that could fit in there. But the custodians, whether they be men or women, can access this cell. And those of us that were in the contiguous cells, we could see or hear, observe everything, because the helicoid is not a prison, it is a torture center. That's what it's designed for. So we know that in the last few months, in the last year, they have remodeled part of it, and they have built new cells, special cells, for some women prisoners that have been militants of the regime, and for some reason the regime now has detained them as well. So those women are in special cells. But the general policy is that one cell and all the women crammed in there, and they're in constant contact with men, custodians, and next to the men's cells. That is the reality in the helicoide, because I was there, I saw that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See any final words?
What I want to say, Madam Chair, is once again express my solidarity to you, and that we as a commission have a mandate, and in this mandate we need to, in the fullest, support you. You were very clear, and I agree, press releases and tweets are not enough. We need to discuss, of course, as a commission, the steps to take, which are with respect to the international community and those to the states. I think that we have that responsibility as a commission to you, to the people of Venezuela. Your state might not be here, but we are here, and we will not forget you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Denise. As we bring the hearing to an end, we are actively going to think about what we do next, in the sense of using the platform of the Commission, the platform which the Commission has its access to the General Assembly and to the bodies of the Organization of American States, to speak specifically about this issue, about the treatment of political prisoners, about the use of torture to silence. As you know, the dissent is silence. Also, at the international level, we have the recent case of the Technical Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights being, I suppose, expelled, suspended from Venezuela. So it's all dissent is not tolerated. And so first we have to find a way to be a platform to, it's one thing to use the words in abstract, torture, oppression, political persecution. It's another thing to hear the experience of people who have gone through it and know others going through it now, and to listen to that voice of that young man that you played for us. I think we can be a space for that kind of sharing, which can drive a stronger international solidarity to do exactly what you're asking us to do, to tell the state of Venezuela to stop using torture, to stop oppression, to stop persecution. And so we are committed to thinking through what we can do using this platform that we have, and I want to thank you for reposing your trust in the Commission, and also for your courage coming here today to speak your realities and your experiences. Thank you very much. Hearing of the 189th period of sessions of the Commission. The focus of this hearing is the situation of the human rights of the elderly, and we're really happy that we have 11 states who have signed and ratified the convention who are here with us today and very eagerly are participating in this hearing. We also have representatives of civil society. Because there are 11 states and a number of civil society organizations, we do have some time management, and I would like to just walk through the methodology for the hearing. States will each have 4 minutes each. Civil society organizations, of which there are 5, you two have only 4 minutes each. We will have a video presented by the independent expert of the UN system, Ms. Claudia Mahler, and her video is 4 minutes. We at the Commission will also have 4 minutes amongst the 5 of us. We'll make it work. And then states will have 2 minutes to respond to what they've heard, 2 minutes each to respond to what they've heard, and similarly, civil society will have 2 minutes, and then we will close with 1 minute. We will be assisted with the timekeeping, because the time is on the screen before you, and we do ask that you look at the time, and so I don't have to interrupt anyone when they're in full flight of making their final and concluding comments. With that, I want to say that the hearing was convened ex officio, addressed to the states that are parties to the Inter-American Convention on the protection of the human rights of the older persons. The purpose of the hearing is to receive information on the progress and challenges in implementing the convention by the states parties to the convention. In addition, given that the convention reached its 10th ratification in 2023, Article 33 of the convention was activated, a critical moment, which provides for the creation of a follow-up mechanism composed of a conference of states parties and a committee of experts. The information provided by the parties on the aforementioned follow-up mechanism will allow the Commission to explore effective formulas for participation in the framework of its installation. And so with that, I don't want to take any more time, and I do invite the states to start their 4-minute presentations, and I believe we start with Argentina. I think we do it in alphabetical order. Yes.
Muchas gracias, Presidente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and congratulations for having convened this meeting. Our presentation will be conducted via Zoom by our colleagues from Buenos Aires. Well, thank you so much for this meeting. I am Ana Marmora. I am responsible for this department in my country. And in first place, I would like to refer to the legal framework. 17 years ago, the convention was approved in our country, and since 2022, it was granted a constitutional hierarchy. In this, this is the first time that I have to represent my country in this hearing. I would like to make reference to a few points that I believe that are the ones that we have to dwell upon in order to design better public policies for the elderly. And I would like to refer to the demographic element, because Argentina is one of the countries that has the oldest population in Latin America and the Caribbean, and this population continues to age at an accelerated rate. Since the last census that we conducted in 2022 in our country, our population older than 60 people accounts for 16.2% of our population. We have almost 7.5 million people that belong to this group. And why do I say this? Because this process of aging contrasts with the reduction in terms of the birth rate in Argentina, which worsened in year 2008, and after the legalization of abortions in 2020, it has fallen 15% further. And this renewal of the population, or so to speak, is causing this lack of change in terms of the population, and needless to say, this is going to have an impact on our welfare system. And I say this because regarding economic security, the main source of income come from the welfare system, which, as I said, is going to feel the impact of the population not growing, and therefore we have to work on this. I would like to highlight that since the putting into force of the Inter-American Convention on the rights of the elderly in our country, what topics have we discussed in Argentina since that time? In first place, we are strengthening our institutions, our public institutions, geared to the elderly. At the time being, we have almost 92% of the public institutions in the provinces. They have their own mechanisms geared to the elderly. In second place, the campaigns to raise self-awareness, to raise awareness. Since 2012, we have been working on this, which is the national campaign of good behavior towards the elderly, which intends to improve the treatment given to the elderly and also to make people reflect about the prejudices and stereotypes around elderly. Also, the strengthening in terms of economy, the broadening of pensions, and also I would like to highlight that now we reach 97% of the elderly. Also, equal access to education and new technologies. And on this topic I will speak at the end, but the pandemic had an impact, especially in our provinces. It has forced us to be more effective and more efficient in their implementation. Also, the promotion of universal health, and we are also entering into the decade of active elderly. I would like to point out as a landmark the program that we are conducting in Argentina for training of caregivers. But in this point, I would like to mention that in 2020, we were faced with many difficulties. The impact of the pandemic can be seen in the lost life.
Time is up. I'm so sorry.
Ya termina, últimos segundos para la conclusión.
Just a few seconds. Well, thank you for the time. And well, the pandemic, I believe, posed a challenge for all of us. I would like to say that as a state, we continue to work, and we have to think on the post-pandemic.
Thank you. You can please send your presentation though, so we can have it, the written one. Thank you. Apologies. I turn over to the state of Bolivia.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. The plurinational state of Bolivia is happy to take part in this meeting about the human rights of the elderly. Bolivia recognizes the rights of the elderly in our political constitution, which allows them to enjoy a high-quality life, and also does this through the planning and benefits for the elderly. In 2013, we promoted in Bolivia the general law for the elderly, which sets forth the rights and duties of people who are older than 60, and also the institutionality for their protection. And the Ministry of Justice of Bolivia is the entity that governs and enforces its compliance at national level. So the ratification of the Inter-American Commission for the Protection of Human Rights of the Elderly in 2016 allowed us to have an impact on the rights and the territorial entities. In 2014, the Council for the Dignified Elderly was created. That was led by the different departments and municipalities. And we achieved the consensus and approval of different documents for the protection of rights of the elderly, as the protocol of attention, the guidelines for municipal intervention in mental health, also the model of preferential treatment in health centers, basic standards for attention in shelters, amongst many others. Furthermore, by means of the law, we created a universal network for the elderly, and we established a universal payment for the elderly called Renta Dignidad, which is granted to people who are retired and also people who did not have access to this. This economic benefit is one of the greatest achievements in Bolivia after the new constitution was passed, especially as a mechanism to redistribute the wealth after the nationalization of hydrocarbons and other elements of the economy in Bolivia. The amount of the renta dignidad are progressively increased thanks to the economic growth that the country has had since the implementation of the economic model. Under the 2014 management, we promoted the bonus, the Christmas bonus that is granted at the end of the year, and we make 12 payments, which is universal, as I said before. Health care is guaranteed thanks to the system, the health system, and it establishes its preferential treatment in the ENTUS, offers food for the elderly, which also provides the nutrients that are they required to achieve their well-being and to improve the well-being of the elderly. On the other hand, and regarding the emotional health, by means of the Ministry of Education, we hold the Olympic Games for the elderly in order to value and to assess their life experiences. By means of the Ministry of Justice, we approved the minimum guide for the access of justice for the elderly with recommendations to facilitate access and to avoid discrimination on the basis of age. Last but not least, among the main challenges, we have the need to counter the diagnosis for the elderly at national level geared to build policies towards a system to, well, Chairman, because of the time constraints, we are going to submit this information, and we, in the remaining seconds, we would like to send our regards to the rapporteurs, and we congratulate the Commission for this ex officio initiative. Thank you so much.
And I recognize the state of Chile. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta Roberta Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairwoman, Dr. Palomo.
Let's not up, but apparently the tension in the room means that we're speaking a bit quickly and difficult for the interpreters to do the translation. So let's see. I'll try to relax on the time. Okay, please proceed.
Muy buenas tardes.
Yeah.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Rapporteur Palomo, Executive Secretariat Mesa, Independent Expert Carla Mahler, distinguished representative from the civil society, distinguished representative from the states party to the convention. Chile thanks you for your participation in this hearing, and it reiterates its commitment to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for the protection of human rights and with the compliance with its international obligations. It also acknowledges the labor of the promotion of human rights that the Commission executes and conducts in the region with hearings such as this one, that which also allow us to discuss the pending challenges in our countries. It also gives us the opportunity to get to know the situation of human rights in the other countries of our region, thus allowing us to strengthen international cooperation. Aging is a global issue, and for that reason it is increasingly relevant, not only because of its effects in the pension systems, in the health systems, systems of welfare, amongst many other, but also because we have to address these issues from the human rights perspective, given the special situation of vulnerability in which the elderly are. Even before the adoption of a Convention on Human Rights for the elderly, Chile made special efforts in this matter. One of them was the creation of the National Service for the Elderly, which is an institution that specializes on the full integration of the elderly for the full compliance of their rights. All of this was further improved with the approval of a law that allows us to to promote dignified elderly, which is now which has been now approved by the Senate of the Republic. This project, Chair, also responds to a call made by the Inter-American Commission, where the Inter-American Court decided to implement a general policy for the protection of the elderly. As the name implies, this implies a general overview of the elderly and to make sure that their rights are respected as per the standards set forth in the aforementioned decision. In this regard, we have decided to create this national policy for aging that takes into account the gender-based perspective, human rights, living resources of life, which is run by the National Service for the Elderly. Thank you so much, Chairwoman.
I now invite the Costa Rica to make its presentation.
Estimados países que han ratificado esta
Distinguished countries, invited organizations, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Rodrigo Chavez, who sent his regards. Our country has decided to give priority to the topic of aging within the scope of public policies, and has been working in this field when we acknowledge that people, as we age, they have an inherent dignity, and they must continue to enjoy their full life with health and safety, integration, active participation in economic, social, cultural, and political spheres. Since the creation of the law 7735, which is the interior law for the elderly, the country has not stopped. We have also created the institution that is run by the President of the Republic that I am hereby representing. Our challenge is our characteristic. 10.1% of our population belongs to the elderly. And there are also changes that are put into test our social fabric every day because of the numeric impact of people with greater needs of services. In light of this need, the country has taken different modifications with this by the incorporation of new laws such as the interior law for the elderly, law for the strengthening of the institutions, housing law, law for economic transfer, law for universal pensions, law for public transportation, law for tax, law for liquor and tobacco, equal opportunities, a convention on autonomy, a law for municipal support, as well as acknowledgement to people with Down syndrome, with all their rights, the right of image, and the law for collective rights since May 2022, which amplify the actions and developed in the convention. In addition to this, it is important to highlight the approval of the development of policy of care with a clear commitment to provide this attention to the elderly, which has been one of the main progress that the country has made. But I have to say that we have developed methods of participation for the first time in our country. In all its history, we have a national policy for the elderly with a strategic line that provides guarantees. And today, that's what we want to share with the whole region, including especially the countries that have already ratified the convention and those who are about to ratify it. And we would like to send a message to the civil society members who are here. We would like to tell them that it is possible to advance in the human rights of people or the elderly. It has 5 axes. I'm just going to mention them: good treatment, life free of violence, health, and human development for the elderly. And the 5th axis focuses on the strengthening of the institutions. In order to save time, this policy expresses the will of the Costa Rican state to respect human rights set forth in the Inter-American Declaration and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, reaffirm them with other international instruments. I wish you success in all your goals, big or small, because this is all going to have a positive impact in our society. Thank you so much.
I recognize the representative from Colombia.
Muchas gracias. La Comisión Interamericana de Derechos.
Honorable members of the international community, representative from the states, members of the civil society, on behalf of the state of Colombia, I would like to thank you for having invited us to this important space. Colombia signed this instrument for the protection of human rights of the elderly in 2022. Our political constitution sets forth that the state society will have to protect and provide assistance to the elderly and shall promote their admission to life. And also the country has passed several laws for the promotion and defense of the elderly. Under this framework, the Ministry of Health and Social Protection led the process for updating of the public policies for aging 2022-2031, seeking to put into force these guidelines. Our public policy seeks to guarantee the necessary conditions for healthy aging and for a dignified elderly in terms of equity and under the concept of co-responsibility between the family and the state. The public policy is organized through 6 axes: the inclusion, social inclusion, citizens' participation, a life free of violence, interior attention, care that's also given for people, healthy aging for a healthy life, and education and training and research in order to tackle the challenge of aging. We have also worked in terms of the strengthening of the National Council for the Elderly, elimination of physical barriers in system of transportation, different fees, or the strengthening of alternative methods for settlement of conflicts and coexistence, and also the strengthening of the program Colombia Mayor that was created for to care for elderly who live in extreme poverty. I would also like to say that at the time being, we are developing the project of reform for the pensions so that the elderly that do not receive pensions on any benefit, they can receive these sort of benefits. While this happens, I'm happy to mention, as the President said yesterday, that every single member of the elderly who is older than 80 is going to receive a pension from the state. However, we still acknowledge that we have plenty of challenges ahead that we desire to face, such as lack of opportunities in terms of education, bias, discrimination, and mistreatment, which has an impact on the well-being of the elderly. This situation worsens because of health constraints, the loss of family members, family abandonment, and the lack of participation in terms of community. Integral care in order to improve the quality of life of the elderly are fundamental. And in light of these challenges, the state proposes to move forward through the strengthening for care, and also by means of the participation of the elderly in the different levels of decision making in order to generate a cultural change to eradicate discrimination that shall lead us to the transmission of their know-how. Thank you so much.
I now recognize the representative from Ecuador.
Señora Presidenta,
Dear Chair, distinguished delegates, His Excellency Daniel Noboa sends his regards. The Ministry of Social Inclusion focuses its work with a human rights approach that considers aging as an option of active citizenship, dignified aging, and healthy aging. And it bases its functions in 3 axes: inclusion and social participation, considering the elderly as actors for social change, social protection that ensures protection to mitigate and to reduce poverty, vulnerability, and social exclusion, attention and care by means of services and centers for the elderly under the management of by the Ecuadorian state. In 2018, we updated the organic law for the elderly, and the policies of the Ecuadorian government are framed towards creating an economic and social framework to guarantee the full enjoyment of the constitutional rights for the elderly of Ecuador, taking into account this age group that is considered a priority for the state. In this regard, public policies have an intergenerational and cross-cutting character, and it has benefited more than 1,200,000 Ecuadorians who live in the national territory. The execution of social projects that contribute to strengthen and to improve these centers by means of therapy, occupational therapy, recreational therapy, training, classes, promotion of rights, amongst many other. In 2021, we approved the table for food pensions for the elderly who live in extreme poverty, and also in vulnerability. Within this context, the Ministry for Exclusion, Social Inclusion, that works with this, with the elderly, by means of the Undersecretary for the elderly, execute services of attention and care for the elderly who live in poverty and extreme poverty and vulnerability by means of different modes of attention, different centers for the elderly, nursing homes which are open 24/7, 365 days a year, also centers that are spaces that, where these services are given for the population, also centers for gathering, and also centers where we provide help. At the time being, there are 108,000 beneficiaries who have benefited from this initiative with an investment that is over $47 million. Thank you so much.
As the representative of El Salvador.
Gracias.
Thank you, distinguished members of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, representatives from the state members and also members from the civil society. I am happy to address to all of you to reflect about the progress of different countries in the region for the elderly, which in our country, in our government, the government of President Nayib Bukele, is a priority, understanding that their attention is necessary to have a fair society. With the increase of the elderly in all the world, we are going to face many challenges that will impose new and more serious challenges than the ones we already have. We cannot deny that the elderly have rights, and they can provide a significant contribution to the social development, economic development of societies, since, as long as the necessary guarantees for social inclusion are given. For this reason, international collaboration is an essential tool to understand and to tackle the problems related to the specific needs of the elderly. At national level, we have implemented meaningful actions, such as the change of laws, programs, and we have created a strengthened institution. As a token of this, during the administration of President Bukele, we have implemented the special law for the protection of the rights of the elderly, which sets forth the co-responsibility of family, centers of attention, society, and the state. Furthermore, we have created the National Council for the Elderly. Its mission is to guarantee compliance of the law and to safeguard the rights of the population, acknowledging that dependency during the elderly becomes even more effective. For that reason, El Salvador has this policy from 2022 to till 2030, which incorporates elderly as a strategic population, which will also allow to build a basis that will foster all these programs amongst the different stakeholders to improve and to continue working for the quality of life of the elderly.
By the same token, an effort to improve the quality of life during the presidency of President Bukele has become a health matter, and focusing by creating different services that are done by the health department. And for the elderly, in 2020, we declared this. This initiative tries to reduce mortality amongst the elderly, and it represents an important basis for this segment of the population according to their needs. We have 117 centers to service the elderly. 11 of these are public, 82 are private, with NGOs, and the rest are for pay. The rest of the country that has exhaustive monitoring and supervision to try and identify the conditions of these centers, the services of nutrition, and all of the places for the elderly that are stipulated by law as they should be. And what was implemented by President Bukele in 2023, there was a new pension law that takes into account 30% of what the pensions are. But we increased also the basic pension, so we hope to improve the development of these people that are poor and that don't have a contributive pension. And there are 32,000 people that have less, but we have $21 million trying to solve this.
Mexico.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, distinguished commissioners, Special Rapporteur Desca, representatives of the states, and civil society. The Mexican state has committed to protect the human rights of all people and people that are vulnerable. The elderly are at the center of the well-being of the people of Mexico. The policies of the state of Mexico to take care of the elderly has as its purpose to ensure their integrity and dignity, to broaden the protection of their rights by equality and non-discrimination, and at the same time strengthen their autonomy, and guaranteeing the human rights of the elderly in order to contribute with the well-being policy. Mexico ratified then the Inter-American Agreement or Convention on the protection of the rights of the elderly. So at a federal level, these elderly, the INAPAM is the office that takes care of that, works for the well-being of the elderly, guaranteeing the effectiveness of their rights by having different services such as legal services, productive association, health centers, and residences. So this office promotes public policies for well-being and has as a priority to promote a culture of the elderly being active and healthy, and trying to undo the inequality at a social level of the elderly, and establish mechanisms that in coordination with different institutions so that the public policies will to exercise the rights of the elderly. As far as progress made in favor of these people, in 2023, the INAPAM took care of 2.5 million elderly. We have a pension for well-being of the elderly. And this pension was put into the Constitution, so they receive this pension if people that are 65 years and older. The amount of this pension was increased by 417% during the presidency of Manuel López Obrador. So these government actions have improved substantially the access of these people and their quality of life. And we have then been able to reduce the gender gap in this sector, in this group of people, and improved their quality of life. During this period of time, the percentage of people that are elderly in poverty experimented or felt a diminishing, going from 42% to 31% of the population. And education, so that we could integrate a gerontology aspect to academia or teaching, because nothing within universities and other centers of study, because they don't study the elderly as much, so that these people and professionals will have a gerontological perspective or focus, and that there should not be a maximum age for people to be employed. So we reformed Fraction 3 of another document A, so that there is no discrimination by age. So the government is committed to create a dignified life, rights, and well-being for the elderly, and acknowledges what they contribute, their talents, and their wisdom as they have demonstrated throughout the ages. Thank you, Madam Chair. Muchas gracias, representante Perú. Thank you. Members of the Commission, civil society, and the delegation of Peru thanks you for this regional meeting, and we will now have Marta Martínez Arico, who's the director of the elderly and for the women and rural populations of the nation. Everybody present, excellent people, and the members of the IACHR and the representatives of Parte Sociedad Civil, please receive the greetings of President Dina Boluarte and the whole people of Peru, and especially the elderly. Peru, led by a woman, has one of its public policies to improve the life of the elderly, giving priority to an aging within the family, this within the framework of the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of Human Rights of the Elderly. In order to achieve this, we approved and studied different things, such as the ruling of Law 304090, a national policy that is multisectorial for the elderly till 2030. When we approved this policy or law, our focus is to create a Peru for everyone without discrimination and free of violence. So this has allowed us to regulate and develop strategies and actions and create new services that have as a focus to take care of all the needs of the elderly. That is more than 5 million people, which is 13.6% of the total population. The national policy for the elderly in 2013 is the first policy that involves 13 sectors of the state and has as its purpose to contribute in reducing discrimination, structural discrimination by age, and also to help to end poverty, hunger, have health, equality, and reduce the inequalities and inequities. So in this new law of 2030. The elderly participate in 1,300. They're in 1,430. But we acknowledge that there is still much to do to face violence, to attack violence, and the abandonment that many of the elderly suffer. In 2020, we created and implemented a service that is trying to reinvigorate the lifestyle of these elderly. And finally, the Peruvian government, in order to have good services of care for the women, we are providing technical assistance and supervision of those centers that take care of the elderly so that we can improve those services. This year, 2024, we have been working and creating a national program with the purpose of increasing the access to these centers for people that are at risk, improving in such a manner their life conditions. We are redesigning another program, a budget, so that we can face the new needs that we have discovered that the elderly face. And of course, because of what I've said, the Peruvian state reiterates its commitment to work jointly for and with the elderly in Peru, and then creating a society and communities that are fairer and free of violence. Thank you very much.
From Suriname.
Members of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the delegation of Suriname, we are pleased to attend this public hearing of the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of Human Rights of Older Persons. We have come here to learn and to share our experience. My name is Ines Panay, and I'm the Minister of Social Affairs and Housing. The current government of Suriname, which came into power in July 2020, was confronted with a weak economy with a huge debt burden. It developed a recovery plan to improve the situation and engaged with IMF to solve the crisis. We had very high inflation of 60% in 2020 and 2021, only lowering a bit in 2023. We also had to slash subsidies on a number of products and services, while income of people did not always increase enough to counter the rising costs. Especially the situation of many senior citizens became difficult, and we had to address that. I will focus my presentation on what the government did in this respect. Part of the recovery plan, there was the implementation of a social protection program to shield the vulnerable groups, including senior citizens. We are committed to advancing the social and community care of our senior citizens, and we have taken a number of extra measures to do so. First of all, in 1981, Suriname established a general old age provision fund that ensures the monthly payment of the general old age provision to every senior citizen from the age of 60, regardless of whether they have ever worked anywhere or not. Suriname has approximately 75,000 citizens over the age of 60, and more than 90% of these receive this financial support. The retirement age in Suriname is 60 years. Since 2019, the old age provision has increased 4 times by a total of 233%. Second, in addition, since August 2023, the government has provided social compensation to this group of senior citizens to improve their personal living situation. This is, they receive a purchasing power enhancement allowance. Third, by the end of 2023, the government gave all senior citizens the opportunity to apply for additional financial assistance if they met the established criteria. This is on top of the general old age provision and the purchasing power enhancement allowance. Fourth, senior citizens who do not have health insurance receive basic health insurance from the government, for which they do not have to pay a premium. Not all senior citizens are in financial needs, because many have a regular pension as well. But the government has basic provisions to shield the senior citizens from poverty. There are, of course, still many challenges. Suriname is relatively large and has a vast but sparsely populated hinterland due to inadequate infrastructure on land and a high financial cost. When it comes to accessibility by water and air transport, it remains a big challenge to provide this group with both the financial support and the care they need. Some care institutions in Suriname that provide care for senior citizens who cannot continue to live in normal home conditions fall under the Ministry of Social Affairs. The ministry supports these institutions through a partial subsidy. In the near future, I think it would be a good idea, together with other parties involved, to create care authority that should focus on total care for senior citizens according to fixed structures. In this, I mean adapted housing, adapted public buildings, and the provision of structural and tailor-made medical care. Providing care and law to senior citizens remain a challenge, and I hope I succeed in contributing to this. This was my contribution, and I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to the representative from Uruguay.
Gracias, Presidenta Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Clark, rapporteurs, and civil society that are present here. In Uruguay, regarding the Inter-American Convention protecting the human rights of the elderly, Uruguay received the instrument or signed the instrument in 2016, and we became the first country to ratify the convention. I'd like to give you some statistics. The index of aging in our country, there's been an increase through the years, going from 5.8 to 65. And the overly elderly, or more elderly, that has also increased as a percentage of the population. This speaks well of life expectations, but it also means new challenges and things to do. So Uruguay has complied as far as the convention. We have been militant in this respect, because in international fora, the National Institute for the Elderly has been an institution that leads us. So the path that Uruguay has taken has now allowed us, with conviction, to preside the first meeting of the mechanism of how we will do the follow-up, along with all the other states that are part of that have ratified the convention, and the beginning of those and the experts committees that will be part of this as soon as possible. We have a focus or a point of view regarding the elderly. We have institutionalized something about the elderly, because throughout its history, Uruguay has had a policy about this, with different types of monies provided to elderly people. And healthcare, we have a national plan for the elderly, and we provide services to the elderly that are abused or mistreated, and for the autonomy of the elderly. And as far as services of care, we have done important work here, and we have something that works within the social development. So these are many governments in Uruguay that have arrived to this result. So it hasn't been just one government that's done it. Since 2016 to 2019, we have this National Council of the Elderly, and this then ties into a human rights group that has operated. So we have shown progress in protecting the human rights of the elderly. And since the Inter-American Commission has this, or the Inter-American group has decided to protect the rights, the human rights of the elderly, so this just adds on to what we had already been working on. We have institutionalized the care of the elderly, and we are proud to say that we can continue to work on this, and there's a state policy where not only are there partial, these are integral ways that we look at the situation. Thank you. 4 minutes.
States for making your insightful observations in the tight constraints of the 4 minutes. I think you did very well, and certainly a big example for civil society organizations. And I turn to you now for your 4 minutes. I think there are 4 organizations. I believe there's a linkage mechanism for monitoring the 2030 agenda. Adriana Rovira might be the first person. Okay, yes. Ms. Rovira, can you please proceed?
Sí. Bueno, muchas.
Well, thank you very much. From the working group of the elderly of the linking table, we then greet the authorities here present. We are a group of organizations of the elderly in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we are going in the interest of this linkage table. And this linkage table is a mechanism of participating for civil society in the sustainability on sustainable development. Those of us who belong to this want to facilitate the participation of civil society in development of the 2030 agenda or program. And you received something in writing that we sent that speaks some of the things that I will say here. We have a little time, so you'll see more in detail there, but we just want to mention the key items. We acknowledge the efforts that the states have made for what was the work of this instrument at an international or world level, an instrument that is, we could almost say, is sui generis at it within the world. This created a landmark for as a tool also, as a working tool, not at the inter-American level only, but in the rest of the world as well. So this effort mainly had to do with the development and actions of the states. That's why we acknowledge the effort made by the states, by the governments. So we are participating in this group. All of us that worked in the process, Monica in Argentina, me in Uruguay, myself in Uruguay, now I'm part of civil society. At that time I was working for the government. So the instrument does require a further commitment, a bigger commitment from the states, because the work process we had, that we worked at that time with civil society, it's already been around for 8 years, and 11 countries have ratified this instrument. And the purpose was to improve the life conditions and well-being of people in the hemisphere. And we understood at the time that the national legislation did not cover it completely. So it is necessary for people to have the specific right of human rights. In other words, we're very concerned because there is a transformation in public policy within the region regarding negotiation and how this protection and safety and well-being for all populations, but especially for those who are the most vulnerable, and amongst those are the elderly. So the CEPAL report of 2022 says that 40% of the elderly in Latin America and the Caribbean do not have enough income to cover their needs, their basic needs. So we are urging the states to give more emphasis to this instrument and what the spirit of this instrument was after, which is place the elderly at the center of the policy and work on it. So we believe that in the region the protection of the rights of the elderly has degraded. And we're facing challenges that imply perhaps life risk of some of these people, not only because they don't have a quality of life, but access to medications, housing, and integral protection that will allow the elderly to continue to live. So we're urging all the states to give more energy to this and commit themselves much more to this. Thank you very much.
Of the Network of National Human Rights Institutions, Consuelo Olvera. Also online?
Sí, ya estamos listas. Muchas gracias.
Yes, and we are ready. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, representatives of the states, and members of civil society. The national networks for human rights are made of ombudsmen for the people, and they're all over, and this has been approved by the United Nations in 1993. So we're saying that these institutions belong to the state, but they are autonomous and independent from the state in a way. They're public, though. And we are here at this hearing, the Ombudsman for the People in Colombia, also in Mexico, as well as the Technical Secretariat of the network. This network has two main objectives. At a regional level, a culture to respect human rights and promoting knowledge and the commitments of the states at an international level so we can help everybody in our region. The second purpose is to strengthen the technical capacities of the national institutions of human rights and generate strategies of collaboration within them. So this network has an action plan where you will find the priorities at a regional level, amongst them the promotion and protection of human rights of the elderly. Therefore, it is because of this that in July 2023, the 3rd of July, we created this working group of aging made up by human rights groups. Amongst the objectives of this is to coordinate continental actions to promote the compliance of the Inter-American Convention of Human Rights of the Elderly, as well as promote or try to get other countries to do this and articulate with other organizations for the elderly and civil society and those institutions that work trying to help the elderly. So we're also promoting the approval of an international convention on aging at the United Nations, and we are creating the guidelines for the promotion and defense of human rights of the elderly at national institutions of human rights in the Americas and in order to have a healthy aging. And in Colombia, we'll also participate in this. Thank you very much, Consuelo. Good afternoon to everyone. So with Mexico adhering to the convention, in 2023, we instituted the mechanism about protecting the human rights or respecting the human rights of the elderly. So this group solicits the Commission to tell us what are the states that are a party of this mechanism and the experts committee in order to comply with everything that is requested of each one of the countries that has ratified the convention. It is also important to take into account that because of the pandemic or during the pandemic, the elderly were most affected and they had the greatest number of deaths. So there is a lack of protection and vulnerability. So in this sense, the importance and urgency of the change of paradigm change in guaranteeing the protection of these rights and each state should acknowledge and protect human rights, basic freedoms of the elderly, and do it from a point of view of rights differentiated and to have emphasis on gender, ethnic parts, and siento interrumpirle, pero se acabó el tiempo. So that this experience from each institution is at the service of the Commission, and then continue contributing so that these principles are aligned with the reality of the elderly.
Thank you very much. On to the United for the Health of the Mexican People, Jose Naru and Jose Antonio Crespo.
Gracias, President. Thank you, Chair. I'm the spokesperson of physicians and professionals, experts, members of Unidos por la Salud de los Mexicanos, United for the Health of Mexicans. We work for the health of all persons. I would like to thank this Honorable Commission. We hereby are presenting a report on the situation in Mexico. We would like to highlight the serious deficiencies in the policies and health services, especially worsened after the pandemic of COVID-19 and its consequences. Between 2020 and 2022, the country poorly handled the pandemic, and we had almost 2 million casualties, and almost half of them corresponded to the highest percentage belonged to the elderly. We lost about 13 years in terms of life expectancy. Mexico lost 4 years, the country that lost the most in the region. We have documented how in Mexico the public policies, inadequate public policies, have had an impact, a negative impact on the health of all Mexicans, included those that belong to the elderly. The situation worsened after the pandemic made it clear all the deficiencies that our system has when it comes to handling crisis. The disappearance of the people's insurance, also with the cancellation of the mechanism for the distribution of medicines, are leading to a death and basically avoidable death. So for that reason, the elderly are discriminated, and they have had to increase their expenses in order to be able to afford their medicines, and they can't count anymore on insurance in order to have access to hospitals. There are discrepancies between the public data disguised for the ideological propaganda and the scientific evidence close to the reality. Unfortunately, the eloquence of the figures speaks volumes. In our country, Mexico, we have suffered 825,000 deaths in excess over the last 3 years. Which is one of the highest in the world, and one of the highest figures in terms of deaths of medical personnel. The rejection of the diagnostic test and the resistance to vaccinate health personnel were some of the deficiencies. Mexico had one of the highest birth rates attributable to the COVID, and also death in excess, and they did not pay that much attention to the population, and they have. In light of these considerations, it is important that the Mexican government shall inform about what measures or public policies they have established or they have foreseen to increase in a meaningful way the investment in health, especially the one that geared to the population, and what changes need to be performed in order to guarantee efficiently the human right to health of the elderly. Before these serious attacks against our population, it is important to implement the mechanism for follow-up established in the Inter-American Commission, and also other urgent measures to improve the integral attention given to this vulnerable group. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to Latin American Association of Community Gerontology.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all representatives from the states, especially from my country, Argentina, all the members from the civil society. First of all, I echo Adrian's remarks. We are all very concerned about what's happening with the elderly in the region. The Latin American Association of Gerontology, that has a representative in each Latin American country, Adriana is a representative from Uruguay, has in its structure people who work within the convention. So many of us who are with us in this association, who are part of this committee, and that means that we are also more concerned for the great effort that we have conducted when we have been fighting for the rights of the elderly. As Adriana said, poverty after the pandemic is a big problem that we have nowadays in our region. Poverty in the elderly has increased. The life expectancy of the elderly has reduced 3 years, so that is a setback of more than 20 years. And social services do not provide answers, and 28 people do not receive pensions or receive it under the line of poverty. In my country, coverage is not enough. It's just 27% of coverage, but after these 3 months that we had this big devaluation of our currency, many people are now living in conditions of poverty. So this is really concerning. Something else that I wanted to mention is the systematic violation of the rights of women, and especially members of the LGBTQI community. There are not enough research, but at Latin American level, 87, there's a high prevalence of femicides, and 25% of elderly suffer psychological violence, and between 18 and 25% suffer physical violence. And this topic is not discussed in our region. In Argentina, 17% of all femicides in 2023 belong to elderly women. However, we have to acknowledge that after 2 years, the PAMI, which is the organization that works with 66% of retired elderly in our country, installed the first center to address this issue, and they have taken care of more than 1,000 people. So I want to say that in the new management, in the new administration, the PAMI continues to provide assistance, and we believe that this is actually very good. The other issue at stake is that the policies are not sufficient, even though, according to the study of the IDB, in Argentina and Costa Rica, despite Uruguay having this care, the attention is not enough, as per the IDB in its report. And in the rest of the countries, we are having the same situation. So therefore, having coverage in my country does not mean that we reach everyone, and said coverage is mainly done through, there is no attention given domiciles, and the attention is not good. They violate rights, dignity. It leads to overcrowding because people are overcrowded in rooms that should be just for 4 people, and we have more than 10. So between having this system that respects human rights and the gender perspective, because it's us women, the ones that stay alone longer, and we have to face this. And before I finish, even if there is a document that I sent on behalf of the association, we would like to request the OAS to put into force the follow-up mechanism in Uruguay. Thanks to Adriana, and I would like to acknowledge her work. They are going to preside the committee. So please, let's put this into motion. Thank you.
Now we have Quido 60, Observatory on Care, Rights and Aging.
Gracias, señora presidenta, por la oportunidad.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity given to Quido 60, the observatory. And I would like to also thank all the elderly who were not present, who were not able to come to this present. I bring the voice of an elderly woman from Cuba who said, "My generation of over 60 years, they have always lived in harsh conditions. Today, besides the lack of food, inflation, we are suffering from lack of medicines and total abandonment from any service in order to have a normal life." this that I have read is one of many testimonies that we gathered in our latest book called The Aging That We Never Expect. So this was a group, this is a work that we conducted on this region, especially in those countries that have societies that are aging even more, and that at the same time are facing deep crisis because of authoritarian regimes where the voices of the citizens, especially the elderly, are not heard. In my intervention, I would like to visualize two problems that are having a negative impact on the right of life and dignity as per Article 6 of the Inter-American Convention on Rights of the Elderly and international standards in terms of protection given to the elderly. The first refers to the increase in food security for the elderly as a result of the situation in these countries, and in second place has to do with the migrant crisis of the region and the growing participation of the elderly in irregular routes, irregular and unsafe routes. The access to a safe, healthy, balanced diet is every time it's increasingly hard in countries such as Cuba and Venezuela. The products offered at subsidized prices that in the past offer a certain degree of nutrition, they have gone almost down to zero. Many of them are sold to prices that have multiplied, that are 5 times higher than they used to be. And now they're going through hyperinflation processes, and now the situation in Cuba is very dire. And also in Venezuela. The state of Cuba, however, has said that no one is going to be left behind, but at the same time it implements restrictive policies, even though if Cuba is one of the countries with the highest levels of aging in the region. The result of this crisis has led us to the worst migrant crisis that Cuba has ever faced, and also Venezuela. Cubans and Venezuelans have been the main migrants, and this process also accounts for a huge percentage of population in the country, which worsens the situation of care because it puts a burden on the elderly, because now they have to look after many young boys or girls since their parents have migrated. Many migrants are also exposed to risk, and they lack any kind of protection in their journeys. Many of them have died trying to reach their destination. I would like to finish by saying that we have to connect the different crises of the region, and we have to see the impact they are having on the rights of the elderly to have a dignified life in their places of origin. We are in debt with our elderly. We have to discuss these topics by means of the humanization of their experiences, the broadening and the amplifying their voices, and the provision of additional data that in some cases states simply refuse to accept. Thank you.
Civil society. And now I ask the colleagues to show the video of the independent expert, UN Human Rights, Claudia Mahler.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here to discuss the progress and challenges of implementing the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of the Human Rights of Older Persons. I really would like to thank the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for this kind invitation. As the UN independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons, I appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with Ms. Gloria de Mes, Rapporteur on the Rights of Older Persons. I also want to thank her predecessors for their commitment. Established in 2013, focuses on examining and reporting on global developments and challenges related to the human rights of older people. I've received valuable contributions, particularly regarding the impact of the Inter-American Convention on this issue. Your latest report, Human Rights of Older Persons and National Protection Systems in the Americas, is a significant milestone. It provides a comprehensive overview of the normative frameworks and has become an essential resource for planning and programming to advance the rights of all the persons in the region. The Convention, as the first regional treaty fully recognizing the human rights of all the persons, has introduced legitimate obligations and expectations for positive change. It covers economic, social, political and civil rights, promoting a positive attitude towards aging and ensuring a life free of discrimination and violence. The Convention also acknowledges the diversity of older persons and emphasizes their participation and contributions to society. This gathering is crucial to guide key actors in effectively utilizing the Convention to ensure a dignified life for older persons today and in the future. We must intensify our efforts to strengthen the rights of older persons, allowing today's youth to enjoy their human rights at all stages of life. I propose that the Inter-American Convention serves as a model for an international legally binding instrument on the promotion and protection of human rights for older persons. The Inter-American Commission and states parties have a unique role in shaping the discussion and hopefully the drafting, drawing from their expertise and experience. The lessons learned from the Inter-American system can contribute significantly to the development of global standards. I thank you for the invitation and your attention, and I wish you all a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much for that message. I now turn to my colleagues on the Commission to make their comments, and I would like to recognize Commissioner Denise, who's also the rapporteur for the rights of the older persons.
Thank you very much, Chair. A very excited rapporteur. Excited if I look at the room, and I want to express my gratitude to all excellencies, representatives of state parties present, but also ladies and gentlemen of civil society here in the room as well as virtual. I appreciate the statements and interventions made on the progress and the challenges since we have ratified this convention. What is this convention? What is the raison d'être of this convention? It is that older persons have the right to la vida digna in all its dimensions. Aging, after all, is a part of our cycle of life. So, having listened to you, yes, I understand that there has been a lot of progress. States have made a lot of progress since signing and ratifying this convention. But also they have identified challenges, as have the civil society. What does that tell me? There needs to be more cooperation between states and civil society when it comes to this issue. We're talking about older persons, and I think it's an issue that talks about our future. So when we talk about our future in this respect, with respect to the convention, I think we also need to talk about sustainability when it comes to this convention. And what is this, the aspect of sustainability? We find the aspect of sustainability of this convention in Article 33 of the convention, that speaks of when there are 10 ratifications, and the 10th ratification was reached with the signing of this instrument by Mexico. What is activated is the creation of a follow-up mechanism composed of the Conference of State Parties and a committee of experts. Based on the above and the information that we have received from you, the Commission will explore effective formulas for participation in the framework of its installation. The information that the Commission received earlier this month, or last month in February, we learned that the OAS Secretariat for Access to Right and Equity is looking at convening an informal meeting with the permanent missions. So I look to you as soon as possible to explore the possibilities of financing the installation of this follow-up mechanism. What do I ask of you? I want to encourage you, state parties, to participate with the same figure, with the same presence in the projected meetings for the creation of a follow-up mechanism composed of the Conference of State Parties and have a committee of experts. And to assure the sustainability part, that it does not stop at the creation, but this follow-up mechanism becomes the most efficient and effective mechanism relevant for all the persons in the region as we have committed ourselves. So, having said that, I have two questions. I've listened carefully to the presentations made, and I would like to know from states and CSO the status or the policies with respect to collecting technical and statistical data in relation to older persons belonging to vulnerable groups, such as people with disabilities, indigenous communities, Afro-descendant communities, migrants, women, with a focus on poverty, climate emergency, and mental health. I have no more time. I'll come back to the following, in the following round. Thank you so very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Demiza. As the rapporteur for the rights of the older persons, I want you to have the most time, but we only have maybe 2.5 more minutes for the Commission. Commissioner Bernal, having regard to the minute that you have.
Muchas gracias, Presidente. Perdonen, no hay tiempo para diplomacia.
Well, I'm sorry, there is no time for diplomacy here, I'm afraid. 7 points for discussion. First point, the exercise of human rights of the elderly. Our lives are going through the digital world, and people from the elderly do not have access normally to the internet. Number two, citizen security. That has an impact on the lack of. It has an impact in the cities, in the countryside. That has a greater impact on the elderly, who are more vulnerable. Number three, economic, social, and cultural rights. There is a problem that I see very clear in the discussions we have had, which is the lack of funding of the pension funds, because there is a population that is increasingly growing, that is not being replaced at the birth rate, and we do not have the variable of migration that Europe or perhaps the United States have. And besides this, also minimum rent, dignified water, food, everything else. Number four, equality of both visions, prohibition of discrimination. We're discussing this in order to raise the minimum age for retirement, and also affirmative actions. They should have preferential treatment. For example, in terms of access to justice, if in a country the period, or maybe we should change the whole system in order to provide more access to the elderly. And we're not even mentioning other proceedings. Number five, political rights. These rights are also increasingly in the digital world, and the elderly are usually excluded. Number six, we need to make adjustments. And number seven, liberties, especially in times of crisis. And we will discuss about the topic of the rebellion of the gray hair in Colombia. We'll discuss about it later. Thank you so much.
So we're at minute 6 of 8 minutes for the Commission, and I give you just 1 minute, Special Rapporteur Pulumu.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you so much, Chair. It is clear the tight connection between the topic with the DESCA, with the challenges that this group has with regards to the DESCA. the convention, the Inter-American Convention specific to this matter, is a convention that provides us the latest DESCA, the right to care. We are under processes of consultation with the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in order to have newer rights. And it is also a commission that is very revolutionary in the sense of the principle of non-discrimination, and it also addresses the multiple elements, and I would like to congratulate everyone who has participated on this commission and the states that have decided to apply. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, the Inter-American Convention sets forth the protection against the protection for the elderly. It defines abandonment. So I would like to ask you, if that were the case, I think it's going to be very useful where you can provide the best practices. You can speak about the best practices for the judicial defense against abandonment, and in the case of positive measures that you might have worked upon with the different branches of the power. Thank you.
I will use the minute at the end for my minute. So I would like to turn back to the states. You have had a few questions from the Commission, and maybe you have some reflections on what you've heard from the other member states as well as to the representatives of civil society. So we go back to the states, but now this time even more pressure, because you have 2 minutes each to respond to anything that you've heard. Can I start with you, Ambassador, from Argentina?
Cedo la palabra a las colegas.
I will yield my time to the colleagues who are connected online.
Argentina.
Bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to share a few ideas, some precise ideas that we should work upon this. Well, I think there is a consensus that the elderly are seriously affected after the pandemic and its consequences. We believe that we have to work to strengthen social institutions, especially the family, especially because we believe that the vision, in some cases, this does not satisfy the needs of the population. We all depend from others, especially those who are more vulnerable. And in Argentina, we advocate for these policies to strengthen these institutions that work for the elderly. We have 3 requests. In first place, we believe we have to adopt a perspective for the human rights of the elderly. We have to work on policies and legislation that will foster the family, the role of the elderly. In second place, we have to promote policies and legislation against discrimination and systemic discrimination of the elderly. We also share this position, and we would like to improve access to health, and also would like to propose. In third place, we have to work on public policies and legislation that will propose the right treatment and that eradicate all ways, all the expressions of discrimination. Thank you so much.
I recognize the state of Bolivia. Ambassador?
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. I will mention 5 points about the policies for recovery of data. On March 23, we in Bolivia were going to conduct the national census, where we have taken special care to collect data that I mentioned before. To us, it is very important, all the statistical data, to work upon them. Also, I would like to mention the exercise of the digital world that the distinguished Commissioner Bernal mentioned, and I believe this is a topic that we have to reflect upon, all of us. The elderly have difficulties when it comes to using this modern means of technology, and this is not a situation that the state is denying them. It's a situation in which we have to work so that through different means we can add them. I think this is important not only for Bolivia but also for the other countries. Also, the cultural, social, and economic rights in Bolivia, we have denounced the extreme poverty, and we have worked to improve poverty. And we have improved it from 38% to 16%, and this has had a positive impact on life expectancy. Now it's over 74 years of age. We have moved forward, and we are extremely proud of this. And finally, a comment about the judicial processes in Bolivia. We have established by means of the judiciary power that in case of the elderly taking part on a trial, those trials are normally shorter. So I would like to mention many more, but I will finish just with that, with this that I have mentioned. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the representative of Uruguay who's asked for the floor.
No, dos puntos sobre.
Just 2 points on things that were mentioned just recently. Technology and the elderly is unmeasurably serious now. Cognitively, from the states, this is becoming a difficult issue because it's not being dealt with at the level of the states. So we should think about this, especially now with artificial intelligence, what to do, because what you're talking about, Bernal, is completely objective, and it is creating a gap that at least myself feels very, very concerned about. So, and with this very legal punctility, those people that are 50 or over, the judicial or legal system will not work the way it's working for them. So we should put more emphasis on this as well, because if all, we're going to have to select the areas so that we can cross the Rubicon, because otherwise, I don't know, we're going to be stuck. That's what I wanted to say.
I recognize the representative of Chile.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Andrea Cantu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrea Contaria from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Just because of time, I'll refer to 2 points that the Commissioner Bernal Pulido and the Special Rapporteur Paloma referred to. Access to justice, I think it's very relevant that this was brought up, because the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, in the case of Chañaral and other municipalities in Chile against the state of Chile, they claimed the state was not complying with the access because they were not executing the sentences, or they were not applying the sentences. So one of the things that the ambassador referred to is related to the shorter periods of time in access to justice, because all of this should be prioritized. It should be given greater priority because it is necessary to establish all this. And what Rapporteur Paloma said about the national system of care and how the Inter-American Commission said Chile also presented its resolutions on what we're doing in creating a national system of care, and it is very important from the administration of President Gabriel Boric. We want to make that a pillar of the well-being of society and making human rights something that goes to all Chileans. So we do understand as a state, even though it's difficult, that it is a priority. Thank you. Complementing what I said previously, Costa Rica gave an important step forward as far as national care and focusing on the gender and disabilities. So that participation or co-participation with the state, understanding that it is everybody's affair, everybody's matter. So as my friend from Uruguay said, what would be the most successful thing? It would be to create friendly societies, because if we're friendly to our neighbor, then we have solutions that are friendlier. And there are 84 possibilities of success, 84 friends, which are the local governments. So I can say that yes, it is possible. In each city, there are different projects that come from the decisions of the main actors. And it is the elderly who look out and they ask, and on top of that, you create something wonderful. If I had to select, what would I make the first step be? Create this friendliness.
Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So listening to all the interventions for Colombia, care is very important. We have just created a specific department dedicated to care. So by the same token, what Argentina said, what they presented before the court, Colombia has actively participated in care, and soon we'll be making interventions in Costa Rica on this consultancy opinion. And its progress, and it is fundamental for Colombia. As far as statistics that were being requested, we will ask the appropriate people, and we will send this by in written form to the Commission. Madam Chair and people on the table, regarding citizen safety, Ecuador is having a difficult battle. The president has not declared this. This is a crisis that has been developed because of public policies of previous governments, but today this government is facing it in a hard manner. So the development of technologies at the cities, or in countries, so that our elderly have access, if they don't have it, to medical centers that take care of the elderly, or gerontological centers. So here is a direct request to you as the Commission. In the measurement of quality of services, we need at a regional, in a regional sense, parameters, because each country measures poverty differently. Variables are completely different, and how we measure vulnerability is also different. So I would like to ask the commissioners, to emit a public policy, so to speak, and then we could adopt it and, of course, use it according to the country. But if we could just achieve some type of coherence in this. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the first place, I'd like to thank all the thoughts regarding this issue, all the commissioners and the Rapporteur Desca. I would like to clarify three things regarding political rights that the elderly have. As Commissioner Bernal said, it is important to note that in the last presidential elections in El Salvador, we approved voting online with very broad measures to authenticate the person, and also maintaining the privacy of the person voting. So this is something that we can massify even further and reach more population. In El Salvador, it was very difficult to have concrete statistical data because of the security situation we were living in. But right now, this has changed diametrically thanks to the measures of Bukele. And we can do a national census in a peremptory case. We will do this very soon, taking advantage of the crossroads we're at. And there has been a care new policy that has been implemented broadly but gradually. And finally, we're thinking about the access of justice, and we believe it is very important of what Commissioner Gloria mentioned, that it would be very good to have at the IACHR a guideline or something that would help us or guide us regarding this issue. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to respond to the rapporteur, Commissioner Rapporteur. In Mexico, we have institutions that could be very useful for the idea that you have posed, Conevale, our National Council to Evaluate Policies on Social Development, and we work on developing public policies. And obviously, the National Institute of Statistics and Geography, the INEGI, that it has broad amount of information that is disaggregated, and we will make it available to the Commission if you're interested in it. And finally, underline the need to celebrate the first conference of party states in protecting the human rights of the elderly as soon as possible, and to respectfully remind all states how convenient and good it would be if everybody ratifies it soon. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will grant the floor to the Director of the Elderly, Marta Moquillas. Regarding the national system of care, we're working on the system with a new governance, as I said, within our multi-sectorial policy and the 13 sectors that are responsible for protecting the elderly. So we have given priority to educate those people that will be specialized in the care of the elderly. We are varying the focus of terminal illnesses to stimulate functional autonomy of the elderly. And regarding the restitution of rights, I told you that by the service called Más 60 Más or 60 Plus, those people in extreme poverty that have different types or are subject to different types of violence and are excluded or have no access to any service. So we are directing this new program to them. Thank you.
We are looking forward to the follow-up mechanism and willing to share data to improve policies for protection of the elderly. There are many issues to be discussed among ourselves, such as the challenge to finance the pension funds. We wish Special Reporter and Commissioner Gloria de Mis all the best.
Si me da de vuelta, sigo, ¿eh? No, no.
Representative Civil Society, you have your 2 minutes each. Should we start with linkage mechanism for monitoring 2030? Okay.
Adrián.
Okay, can we, I don't know who's representing, Adriana Rovira?
Adriana Rovira.
Bien, bueno, gracias. En realidad recordar.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to remind you that the instrument of the convention is not only a legal one that establishes a standard for the region, which has been approved, ratified, but it is also a program basis for the design of public policy, and it presents an important proposal of what to prioritize, the order of the priorities. And states should be able to use in a better manner this instrument we have. On the other hand, just wanted to remind you that the convention is mandatory for the states, so you cannot use the instrument to obligate the families. This instrument is to tell the states that they have a minimum in recognition of the elderly and how to adequate or adapt the public policies they have. I think that it is basic to understand it in such a way. And when we ratify, what are we ratifying? The elderly are in a situation, in a serious situation, as far as access to justice. And states, when they are in complex situations as a matter of protecting rights, they have bottlenecks and difficulties in responding by way of justice because of the great amount of things that arrive at the courts. So it is also important for the states to be able to contribute with actions that improve the protection of rights, even if it's not necessary for them to put this before the courts. Elderly don't have the time. They cannot be subject to the experiments of new policies that will be tried to see if they will be subject to the rights or not from the states.
Sí, la Comisión Nacional de Derechos Humanos.
Yes, the National Commission. Thank you very much. From this working group in RINCA, we recognize the importance of the Inter-American Convention, but the absence of an international one specifically for the elderly makes it difficult to acknowledge and protect their human rights in a broader sense in other continents or other parts of the world. So to have an international instrument that acknowledges specifically the human rights of the elderly would allow, if you do it worldwide, to give more strength in the protection of these elderly people, as the Inter-American Commission has done. So giving more visibility to this, especially after what happened with the pandemic, to clarify these rights and taking care of the specific needs of this population, such as long-term care, dependency and autonomy, and non-discrimination because of age. This would also strengthen the international protection of human rights of the elderly. To limit the obligations of the states regarding this population and promote the focus of human rights, a differentiated human rights in designing and implementing public policy on aging and age. We have been able to identify in the different sections of the working group specific problems about the elderly, such as violence, the right to obtain care, health, pensions, and elderly women. And we think that these are affairs that we should focus on. Thank you very much.
Sí, con mucho gusto saludar.
Yes, it is a pleasure to greet everyone present and to reiterate our commitment from the group that I work for, that we have this commitment for health and the health of the elderly specifically. The elderly, it's already been said, in a quantitative measure, they are increasing in number demographically in the region, and the problem that accompany that growth, which are pensions, health, care, inclusion, and a key word, dignity for our elderly. To get to that point in life is already a success, and it should be the whole state or all the states to respond satisfactorily. In the case of my country, it is of enormous concern, the issue of health. It has already been said here that one of the measures is the loss of life expectancy when they're born. More than 4 years have been lost. This is going backwards for almost 30 years in that indicator. And with the official statistic, 825,000 deaths that were excessive, that should not have happened. So I hope that the lessons of the pandemic are learned by all of us, that we understand the value of health, the importance of science, and the alliances that should be established between public and private. Let's all make progress together, and let's comply with our commitments. Thank you very much.
Latin American Association of Community Gerontology.
Sí, gerontología.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to reinforce what Adrián and Jose was saying. I think the convention was established so that the states comply. There's no possibility of ratifying the convention and then say others have to be in charge of this. This is very important because this was discussed at the time of approving the convention, which was approved by all the OAS states, and especially for those who have already ratified it and it's part of our constitution. Because what the convention says is that the state should guarantee 27 rights, and those 27 rights that only the state is guaranteeing them must be defined as public policy. When the state is not there, you're violating human rights, and of any group, but even further of the elderly because they are socially vulnerable. So it is the states that are responsible of guaranteeing the rights. The state should be present, it should be solidarious, and should also be part of the people, because I want to have this, I want to make a call to the states to work with civil society and work jointly on public policies. You cannot conceive a public policy that is only done by the officers of the state. The elderly and civil society should be part of the definition of that public policy. So I speak as a person of more age. I am one of the elderly, so it is not just a matter of resources, but distribution of resource. And I want to clarify this. Latin America is the least equal sector of the world. It's who has the resources and who's distributing them and how. Pensions and for the elderly. Thank you.
60 Observatory on Care Rights and Aging.
Gracias.
Thank you. I would like to support the words of the last colleague, Monica, because in these last few minutes, I wanted to emphasize, and also what you, Carlos Bernal, commented, the things that limit the elderly and civil society that promotes their rights and all of these problems of their freedoms in times of crisis. But all of this was exacerbated, but especially regarding the elderly during the pandemic. Those were the people that had their freedoms most limited and regarding their health care. And the criminalization of social activism and human rights of the elderly, especially authoritarian regimes where these things are limited even more for the elderly, not because of the digital era, but the lack of data and the sustained increase of inequities that are affecting the elderly especially. So in that lack of data that exists and many of the things mentioned here, I just wanted to reinforce what my colleagues to collaborate in civil society, and to say that there are considerable obstacles that civil society is facing to mobilize resources, humanitarian resources, to help all the crises that are affecting countries, especially such as Cuba and Venezuela, and help for the elderly as well. Thank you.
And perspectives, and I think excellent session. I just have to say in closing, one of the things that will stay with me, the statistic that 40% of the older persons in our region suffer income insufficiency. And you can see all the multiplier effects of that, lack of access to healthcare, to medicine, to shelter, to food, the essential social services. But it strikes me that you don't become income insufficient when you're elderly. That's something you have across your life cycle. And therefore, it's for us to make sure that we age with dignity, with resilience, with strength. We have to, the policies on the older persons has to be part of an integrated framework of policies which starts from childhood, so that we actually build that resilience as we go across the life cycle. I think we need a really robust understanding of intergenerational interdependency, but also the relationship between the state, the relationship and the responsibilities between the state, between communities and between families. Someone said, I think it was a representative from, maybe it was from Costa Rica, about friendly neighborhoods, the language of friendliness. I think it's a really good perspective because in fact we have to be looking out for each other. And that convention that you have signed and ratified is a framework for care and for responsibility. And so I want to thank the states for being here for the ratification. I agree with the ambassador from Mexico. We have to promote a more universal ratification of this very critical convention. And we and the Commission will be doing our part to socialize the contents of the convention, but also to create the spaces where states can share their progress in implementation of the convention. And so with that, I want to give the absolute last word to Commissioner Denise.
I think I got a minute, and in that minute, I want to thank you all very much for being here. And as I encouraged you earlier, this is not the end of the conversation. It is just the beginning of the future on this topic. So thank you very much for your participation, and you will hear from us very soon. We keep on not only talking,